Hello everybody, good evening, welcome to Lazy Mini Painting. I am Laz, your host has been missing for a week. What the hell's going on? We'll talk about it, I'll tell you in a minute. Good evening, Lee. We'll give people a chance to come in, anyone who's just getting notifications or anything like that. But yeah, I've been missing for a week. I am going to ask Sparkles if she would mind getting me two things. One is my tablet, and the second is a can of Monster that I have. Is it Monster? It is one of them stupid things that could go horribly wrong, but hey, it's got to be recorded on YouTube for your entertainment. Also, because I think I have a lot to do and I have a week to make up for. Separated for 1 minute. Yes, because we went away for a week. Obviously, I have to take my medication with me, or at least some of my medication with me. And I'm just going to mutify my phone for a moment, because if not, it'll just be going zzz, zzz, zzz all the time. Right. Yeah, completely discombobulated. Had to compensate today with medication so that I could do things. Been to the gym just today. Good evening, Graham. Good evening, Ali. I hope you both had very good weeks yourselves, and are all feeling all nice and you're all good today. So where the bloody hell have I been? And what have I been doing? Well, I do apologise to you all. I did miss last week. I went away with the family. We went to Wales, and we had quite a lovely time. But before that, because you'll also, from last week before, I mentioned we was going somewhere else. Just before we was going to Wales, we was going on the Saturday. We was going to a Comic-Con, and I've come to the conclusion that I only like Comic-Cons for 30 minutes to an hour. Yeah, I'm aware that for the sake of not only my marriage but my life, I am not touching those dice. I am not touching those dice at all. Yep, see. In fact, I tried to go on your site while I was on holiday, and yeah, I think Sparkles has programmed something into my phone. While I was on holiday, it would not let me connect to your site. I could go on pretty much any other site I wanted to. It just would not let me connect to yours. So, yeah, I'm going to take that as a hint, as Sparkle said no. So, yes, we went to Comic-Con. Just getting back to it. And making a very loud noise while I open this can of whatever it is gonna make me bouncy and yeah, hopefully keep me steady and allow me to paint, because I'm absolutely shattered and my arms are tired because I was at the gym an hour and a half ago, or I should say leaving the gym an hour and a half ago. Well, at Comic-Con, going back because I'm not very good at staying on track, Mini Laz managed to pick up 2 wooden replica katanas from One Piece, and I didn't actually get anything. I was just making sure Mini Laz didn't attack someone with 2 wooden swords, because he thought he was multiple characters from One Piece, because he also had the straw hat to make him look like Luffy. But Sparkles got fantastic. I mean, it is a fidget toy, but it is the geekiest fidget toy I have ever seen. And this is what Sparkles got. Good evening, Buzz. How you doing, mate? I've not checked out a few of your videos for a while, and I need to, because I need something to just help me away from things. So I'm gonna binge watch yours soon, because they do help with that. But yeah, Sparkles bought this. Now you notice these red corners and these white corners. Now it's the white corner, or white corners, because there's two of them, one each side, that you need to pay attention to. And all these sides spin. And they have different ranges of numbers on them. Some of them even have two sets. And this is a Dungeons and Dragons dice set all in one. This is absolutely very expensive, which is why I haven't bought one myself. I would have bought one myself had it not been for the price of... I mean, I could have got it, but I think there might be a bit of a Yorkshireman in me, because it was like, I've got dice. But essentially, you put this down, you spin, and if you can't be arsed waiting for it, you stop. And as per bloody usual, I stop it on the fucking line. But most people will stop it on, there you go, oh, 20. Yeah. See, that wasn't too bad. I managed to stop it on the 20 instead of the line. 16. So yeah, you can spin it and you've got D8s, which again, you always use the white. I've got no idea who makes these. I forgot completely everything. If they did actually, I should have actually bothered saying something. I might have got a discount and say, look, I'll tell a wee, but I didn't even think. But you've got D12, you've D20, D6, you've even got the percentile D10. So there you count the outside ring and inside, and this is bloody brilliant. You've even got D4. This is like, why Sparkle's got cooler geeky shit than me? That's not fair. But yeah, that is amazing, I've got to say. Just as a sheer fidget toy, and it is metal. It's really great. So that's what we did on the Saturday. And then on Monday, we decided we were going to go to Wales. So we did. Thank you very much, Lee. Thank you very much for calling in. Yeah, so you saw them on Kickstarter, Graham. Awesome. So you might know who they were then. If you can remember and you want to put them in, fair enough, because using it, spinning it, and just is well made. And I would like to be able to, I would like Sparkles to be able to use it in a game. So tonight is, as I said, you chose. Well, in this case, it was. I needed to test how to do stuff on Patreon, so I tested for a poll. There's only one person on there, so one person voted. Which I still didn't know what they were going to vote for, obviously, but they voted for World Eaters. So I'm continuing Angry Ron's faction tonight, which is nice because I get to try painting bears as World Eaters instead of like lava. So yeah, I didn't think about this. These might end up looking a little like lavas. I'm going to have to try something to make sure they don't. No worries, Graham. However, speaking of dice, Graham has some very nice ones. As he said, for the sake of my marriage, I've got to ignore these dice. But there is a very nice red set that would go nicely for World Eaters, I've got to say. Just to go, those are my World Eater dice. But that means that I'm going to start doing that with everything other than, no, that's just, no, Laz, no. So, let's get started and cracking, shall we? So, what we're painting first, because I don't know how long I'm going to go tonight. I might try and go a little bit longer, just because I missed last week, and that means I'm a week behind in painting. So I need to catch up that week in painting. I can obviously do that by doing little bits and don't have to do too much, but if we do a little bit more each time, then I'll catch up eventually. So I'm going to start with 3. Now, what were these called again? I'm not using them as I said, I'm using these as 8 pound, but they're actually called something, and I can't remember what they're called. I mean, a specific unit. Rogues Den Hobbies. Where is it? There it is. Pardon me. Announcements, which should take me straight to the resin dice that I'm not supposed to be. Stop looking. Stop looking. I need to find the name of the Space Bear unit. That Space Bear Werebears. Don't go looking at them dice again, lads. Nope. Can't be doing that. But you're painting the mounted ones, I believe, which I don't have because I don't think I can take these on. I don't think I can have them on Juggernauts, but I'd need different marine stylings anyway. I'd need different armor and helmet styling anyway, just because it'll clash with what I've got for Terminators. So I'd have to try and go bigger if I could. But yes, werebears. And I'm using these to represent the fact that this marine, or this world eater, should I say, has been possessed by a greater demon, a bloodthirster. So that's why it doesn't look like a normal human or a normal space marine. Neither does he, and neither does he. The keen-eyed amongst you may have noticed that the shields are the same as the ones that the Terminators are holding. So what I've done is I've got a couple of chaos, because I do have various chaos bits now from a few different sources. Actually, I can't even remember half of them. So, but it does mean that I've had 2 of these chaos icons that would normally go in the backpacks of like Sergeant equivalent models or something like that. But if they just happen to have a little circle thing in the middle that fits perfectly on the little dot. So as there's 2 of them, I've done them both the exact same in the same way around. So now these are more thicker, as you can see. Just adding an extra layer of spikage on top, and they don't look like the ones that are on my Terminator proxies, which is good. I don't have a lot of armor to paint on these, but the armor will of course be red. How I'm gonna get away with the skin and the fur, I'm not sure. The weapons, however, particularly the claws for this one, I'm definitely going to be trying to mimic Angron. After all, I do to try and put some kind of theme within the army. Anyone who's not got a chain sword or a chain axe, anyone who's got some kind of just normal looking weapon, I'm going to try and replicate the green and purple. Whoa. I think that comes. You're going to. Wait a minute. Graham. Right, back up a minute. You did not go to Comic-Con. No, you did not. Or at least I didn't see you there. But you're going to Aircon next in Manchester, not this weekend, coming the one after. When was you just not going to tell me? I don't care. I can still go in to watch and take the mick out of you. Look, I'm disappointed in you. There's an excuse. There was an excuse you were coming over. Could have said something. Graham. No, know where I stand with you now, don't I? Yeah. Uh, anyway, back to these. By the way, you got them from Rose. You get them from Rose Den Hobbies. I'm not sure how I'm gonna. Yeah, I didn't think this through because of obviously Lavras already being quite fiery based. It is a lot of red and yellow. I suppose there isn't as much yellow, so I'm just working up through the reds, so it might not, because I've not got the yellow. It should be alright, I think. And I'm using a lot of brass as opposed to... You didn't tell me about this thing that you're going to in the city that I live in. I'm probably in the centre of the city that I live in. Or maybe easy access. You didn't... Never mind. But yeah, if I work up just through the reds, I should be alright. Clothage. What have I done with clothage on him? Yeah, he's browns. He's browns. I'm alright with browns. I can go for browns and ivories on clothage. Right, okay. Well, that's nice. So, we have the metal trim, being the brass which we've used for the weapon, and also on his armour. We're going to work up through, starting with corn red, then our Citadel corn red, then moving on to Citadel's Mephiston red, and after that going to Vallejo Scarlet to finish off any highlights. For the actual armour, we'll only go as far up as Mephiston red. I'll only use the Scarlet for the fur and the flesh. That way it can be... It's not too much of... Graham, it's also me. We spoke offline. You're aware of my memory capabilities. Unless it's... Yeah, I'm almost... just... I don't have a certificate, but just assume something's wrong up there. Okay? If you don't remind me, like, don't forget about this. I'll get me to physically go, right, where is it? Look it up. It's... And it's just lost in the ether then, in my head somewhere. Along with the fact that Space Wolves used to be able to carry a bolt gun and a bolt pistol classified as two close combat weapons. Also, things fall at the same rate in a vacuum. You know, crap like it just gets jumbled up into the stuff. Yeah. Drill it into me, right? Please send me a message if you would, about the event in Manchester. Because not only myself, but many lads might want to go play a board game or two as well. My other children may also wish to. Sparkles may also wish to go play board games with the kids or with me. £20 entry and I get to play free board games. I was like, yeah, I should be alright. Did it have a smoking section? I'll be okay. And chances are they'll have a bar, so they'll have a smoking section. Right, I suppose better actually get painting them. Right. Corn red first. And that's going to be a lot of the model. Now that I'm looking at it. There's going to be a lot of the model. I have been going for 20 minutes, haven't I? Now I'm painting. So you lazy mini painting, ladies and gentlemen. Lazy mini paintings. I've been waffling. I've been talking. We've been chatting. It's kind of a hobby hangout. It's what it's supposed to be. I drooled over dice for a moment, and then I remembered that if I get them, I'm not getting married, and I'll probably end up in a box. So I quickly remembered to find out what the name of the actual name of the models were that I'm proxying for £8 if you're playing Warhammer 40,000. So bit of corn red on the palette. Now I need a brush. I've got loads of bloody brushes. I will. That's a size 4. And it's quite flat. Don't want that one. Oh, come on. I watched about 97 of these things earlier and with size 2 bar. Yeah, depending how many of us are going on. I don't think there'll be loads. I don't think all 5 of us actually go, even though that wouldn't be too bad, even if it's all 5 of us, I suppose. It is the summer holidays. So pretty much the whole model's going to get painted in this colour red. Well, not the whole model, but everything, skin and armour are both going to get done in this red. It's just how far up it gets layered and highlighted. So the actual armour will finish at the Mephisto red, whereas the skin and the flesh will go on and get the extra scarlet. Can't remember where I put my goggles, so I'm not using them tonight, so this might not go as smoothly as possible. However, I did, while finding out which set of glasses were my latest prescription, find out the sweet spot for me holding, and it just happens to be here. Right, so it's plating on the... Oh. Oh, okay. So in this case, it's just going to be in there, and there's going to be a little bit of dry brushing green and purple back there. That's going to be interesting. That should be fun. Just try and wipe off that little bit of smudge that I got on the larger edge. So, with this being the first time I've painted these models, apart from painting them black, and I weren't really paying attention to the intricate details when I was painting them black. But how I've defined armor panels, they will have an edging. And what I've noticed on these, on these claws particularly, there is a layer underneath that. So even within there now, within the actual claw itself, that bit's actually going to be green and purple, as is this small section here at the back. So he's going to be a little bit coming from his arm. That's going to be green and... Ooh, I wonder how that's going to work, because the claws themselves are going to be green and purple. So that was my own. Even though for this one I'm going for the standard-ish colour scheme, I do have to have my own flair to it. Just a little bit of something that goes, no, that's mine. I don't care. That's mine. You show me anyone else's that's like that. Although, quite easily, if you go watch the demonstration on how to paint space bears, yeah, funnily enough, they're red. But they don't have the green and purple. So they're similar. But these aren't space bears. These are possessed world eaters. On a rampage for the blood god. Right up until Gark and Mort decide that they're just going to go stomping through his thingy, having a fight themselves. At which case he just loses all control over everything going on around him. Until they've finished. Well, they don't finish, they just move somewhere else. Gark and Mort being neither a god of chaos nor order. They're just orcs in their purest form. So how has everyone else been doing? Because with me not having streams last week, I've not spoken to anyone really. So anything going on. So how's everyone else's week been? While I paint lots of red. I'm going to try and do all the red first and then move on. So it'll be all 3 models. I'm going to go at this batch paint wise. It makes sense in this instance. Because ideally, I'd like to also get onto the actual unit of Berserkers. Which are the standard Chaos Space Marines that still have humanish looking features. Went on a bit thick there. Let's try and move that around a bit and help it get into other places. Other places where maybe it just needs a little touch. And trying to remember not to go over things like leather straps and things we're going to have to paint. Either paint over again because we've just done it like I found out with the leather strap there, or just be lucky enough because we avoided it to get the other colour on it, like the brass or the brown or the green, because I've just realised I'm getting really close to the back of one of the claws. It was a nice break. It was. Said we went to Wales. They still never told me what I had to press in, but that's apparently what the sign said. Minila's got me to go on pedal bike things and race everything. So if there was another person on a pedal bike thing, I had to catch up and overtake. And if there was a car going slow enough, I also had to catch up and overtake, as well as drive around the park. So I had to pedal this thing for damn near an hour. In fact, what am I saying, damn near an hour? No, I had to pedal that thing for an hour. Great fun. It was great fun. Just extremely exhausting. He wanted to stay initially, once we found out that's a bad idea, because he can't steer. No, I'm dreading if that child ever turns to me and said, "I want to learn how to drive." Although not as much now because I've got to go around with what I'll talk about in a minute. But yes, he made me drive around that for an hour, which, of course, me being me, could not come away with some kind of injury. So I did my back in, and because of my size and the universal size that things are built for, my knees kept smashing into well, not smashing, but at least hitting the steering wheel constantly. It wasn't nice. I ended up, 2 huge bruises on my knees and a sore back. But it was fun. I enjoyed it. It's just the aftermath. However, we did then also get to go on to the, I think it's about 50cc go-karts. Obviously, with him being young, he has to have an adult with him. So like a bike alley. It was the first ones, but the second ones, no. These had an engine. First time we went on them, we had the track to ourselves. So it was just me getting used to the cart, and then me telling him why and how I'm taking the corners. The second time round, however, Sparkles and who's who? Should I just say eldest?
Yeah.
Okay. And Sparkles and my eldest joined us. Now, obviously, me and Mini Laz, we was in the double car. Sparkles and the eldest were in single cars, and they were in front of us. And I heard some very interesting little words from Mini Laz. He told me to drive that cart like he wasn't there, because he knows that I'm going to, I drive the car for him. I'm driving to make it fun for him. If I'm driving with 2 of us, he wanted me to race. That's what he wanted. So I did. We lapped Sparkles. And we overtook the eldest. So we overtook Sparkles, we overtook the eldest, we lapped Sparkles, and then we ended up having a good race with the guy in front of us until we overtook him as well. He took corners way too wide, so I just braked a little bit and undercut him. If you watch F1 at all, that track became a playground because you didn't need to take your foot off the accelerator unless somebody made you brake. So he loved it. I enjoyed it. Sparkles wasn't happy she got lapped by both us and my eldest, because as soon as we overtook my eldest just essentially latched onto the back of us and just followed us round. So every time everyone we overtook, they did as well. Overbrush. I do not have Flesh Terror, sadly enough. So if you are following the Rogues and Hobbies guide on how to paint a Space Bear in Space Bear colours, then you will need Flesh Terror to go for the Mephiston red. I, however, have Vallejo Scarlet, which is more like a Wild Rider red. I'm not sure how this monster's gonna... I don't always react. Well, let's see. Let's see. I have a history with energy drinks, shall we say. And I'm surprised Sparkles brought that one in for me. There you go. Yeah, when I was younger, and I was working for a well-known second-hand and graded goods chain in the north of England. Not saying which one, but you've got a good idea. Yeah, I used to drink a lot of energy drinks, and it's not very often you see a 6-foot fat man bouncing down a shop floor carrying a 28-inch CRT TV on his shoulder like it was nothing. But it's surprising what I could do when I was younger. 32s, I wouldn't bounce as high. But yeah, I got banned by an entire shop's worth of staff from having energy drinks. To the point where if any of them, manager, assistant manager, woman in the office, other person working in the same area as me, any of the sales staff, at any point, if they saw me with any form of energy drink, it doesn't even need to be mine, they would have immediately removed it from me and gone, poured it away. There was quite a few arguments caused because of that, because I've got them for other people and somebody else has spied me with it and tipped it away. But still, yeah, I got banned from them. I got bouncy. I got bouncy to the point where I was annoying as fuck. I mean, I even annoyed myself, which is why I allowed them to do it. But yeah, I got bouncy. I got too bouncy. The kids all had a fantastic time. Those are my highlights, and we were there for 7 days. The go-karts, me and Mini Laz managed to get about 8 laps. Most people managed 6 to 7. And we only went on the pedal carts once for an hour. And yeah, if I would have tried it again, I probably weren't walking anywhere for the rest of the holiday. So it's only a small snippet. Now, Sparkles, however, bingo, of course, obligatory at these places. Swimming quite a bit, actually. As well as joining the older two in the arcades. That's leather. I missed. Damn it. It's not all leather, in fact. Possibly. That doesn't look like fur. That's fur, but that bit doesn't look like fur. Sorry. And going on the beach with Mini Laz while I was at the caravan with the other two, because obviously teenagers and small child don't want to do the same things at the same times, and yeah. However, we did all have fun. It was a good holiday. I enjoyed the rest. I enjoyed the peace, the quiet. To a degree, the almost media silence. Obviously, I was on Discord a little bit because, well, they had an indoor play area, and Mini Laz liked that indoor play area because most of the kids went to the outdoor play area, particularly the ones that were dicks. They went to the outdoor play area. So he decided, well, I'm going to go to the indoor one instead, because I know where that is. And I know about it. So we went there quite a few times, which, for adults, unless you've brought your own entertainment, apart from making sure your kids not killing themselves, which is pretty much standard for being a parent. Then there's not much else to do. So I had internet access, access Discord, access other things. Didn't watch YouTube videos because that's just ignorant in a place full of people. And yeah, so I played PS1 games on my phone. I got quite far into coding, actually. And the teenagers were in the room. Essentially, all they wanted to know is that they could go out and that the door wasn't going to be locked when they got back, when they went out on their own, because Sparkles had already taken Mini Laz out. So we want to go to the arcade. Okay, go to the arcade. But the door's going to be locked when you go out. So I'll stay here. You go to the arcade, because then when everybody comes back, somebody's here. At that point, I go, peace, quiet. I'm going to watch Star Trek. Because he's on. So it wasn't, most of the time I spent watching Star Trek. And standing on the balcony just watching things while having a cigarette and having a cup of tea. Which was... compared to what everyone else was doing, which was a little bit more action and a little bit more fun, nope, I'm quite happy, thank you. Yeah, we've had the Minecraft thing. We still get the Minecraft thing. We have Minecraft on pretty much everything that can take Minecraft. We've got Minecraft. It's invaded our house on everything. It's infected everything. I think the only thing that doesn't have Minecraft is actually the television that plays Minecraft. And depending on who's playing and what they're playing on, depends on how things can go. So having 3 children, it throws that extra little bit of chaos in there. So one wants to build, one wants to destroy, one wants to just mess with them both. So the helping one build while the other one's going, oh, that's not fair, I'm trying to building faster than them, and then they decide, no, I'm going to blow it all up with TNT. So yeah, if it's one where all 3 of them can play, that's that. Even Korn runs, Zinch runs, Nurgle runs, Slanesh runs, the Emperor runs. It's just carnage and chaos. No. It's a ridiculous, it's just arguments waiting to happen. Sometimes. But sometimes they all get along and it's like, I just don't get it. I just don't get it. See, my sisters were never into the games like I was, so I never got they never tried to take the games off me and things and play the games and were better at me than me at the games to be able to wind me up, and so I never got that. Mini Laz, however, does have 2 sisters that know Minecraft better than he does, and one sister that is particularly good at gaming for her age. Put it this way, when we play Mario Kart, there's usually one of, if it's me, Sparkles, Mini Laz, I win. Sorry, it's the truth. Throw my eldest in there. Yeah, that wins. I've got to earn that win. Damn. See, I also had that Atari, um, which was, yeah, the one with Pong with various different with different variations. Essentially, you could get the basketball version, or the two paddle version. I don't know, it sounds real. Essentially, we had Pong on that one. After that, we got the was it? No, yeah, it was the Amstrad CPC 464. I think was my next one, which was a cassette and keyboard with a green monitor. I think that's the one. That was the next one from there. After that was the Master System, then a Super Nintendo, and that's, well, the Master System was where I fell in love with RPG games because of Golden Axe Warrior, and the SNES just cemented it with Secret of Evermore and Secret of Mana. It's like, yeah, no, I like JRPGs. They are good fun games. I like them a lot. And they were both more action based rather than the what came to be more known as the basic JRPG setup of turn based. It's claws and normal. Right, okay. Oh, that's fine. And that's more belt pelt. Around this side there, so new. Wow, no way of Commodore coming back. Though, yeah, Commodore 64 was the best sound chip.
That was my first one.
And apparently, if you didn't hear that, it was Sparkle's first one, Commodore 64. And it was one of the best sound chips. Alright, some of the graphics might not have been, I mean, because you had the Spectrum at the same time. There was a few floating around that were compatible and basically had arcade ported games, as well as basically indie games, people writing them in the bedrooms and selling them on their own blank cassettes. It was the wild west in computer games. Oh yeah, Clive Sinclair still going at that time. Right, so that's what should be the red stuff on. I mean, there is a lot, let's face it, but that's the red stuff. I'm actually tempted to go back to some retro gaming, because it'll be a lot cheaper to retro game now than some of the new consoles. See the price of the Switch 2? Do you know how much the price of the Switch 2 is? The price of the Switch 2 is fuck off, I'm not paying that much. That's how much the price of the Switch 2 is. I think it's about 100 quid cheaper than the PS5 Pro or something. It's daft. So you never pay over the odds for things, people. Games Workshop, what, charge 40 odd quid for 3 models? Nah, go to Rogues Den Hobbies. Get 3 of them for 20 quid. Fuck you, Game Workshop. I'm not paying them prices. Bring them down. Every year you record stupid profit margins for your investors and your shareholders. Your investors and your shareholders know you've stepped away from what you've lost your soul. You sold it. I'll try and earn it back. Because I will pay discount prices. I will get your stuff, but you're not getting the money. Whether that be through magazines, third-party retailers, so at least then you're not getting all the fucking real money. You're only getting whatever they pay for retail and wholesale price, sorry. Which we know that might not necessarily be much, but if they can run a 15 to 20% discount and still make a profit, then you're charging too much. Great, and why are you laughing? Are you laughing because of my rant? You laughing at me? Laughing at me and won't even invite me for a game. It's technically not a board game, but I could have used them. Quick 1,000-point battle. Yeah, what's the objective? Kill. I'm fucking calm. What do you think I'm going to do? I'm going to charge it. I'm going to smash him in the face. I'm going to wait till everything's dead on the table. What about objectives? What are objectives? Them little things on the thing, and nah, I'm just running past them. I'm coming for your units. See, easy. I shouldn't, 3 turns at most till either I've slaughtered you or you've gunned me off the table. Oh, the Switch too. Yeah, they can go, no, that's just stupid. I mean, they took PlayStation's audacity and put it on a fucking glorified Game Boy. Yeah, do you rip? Because one thing you're not ripping is my fucking arsehole with those prices. Fucking 80 to 90 quid for a game. No. This is why piracy should be... This is the reason for piracy. People are willing to pay for games, just charge a reasonable price for it. Or if you're gonna charge that amount, make sure the fucking game's finished. Make sure you get all of it. None of this DLC part 1, DLC part 2. We're gonna charge you for fucking 3 games. But now we're gonna charge you for 3 games and then charge you for another game on top. No, fuck you. Because you know that the new not Pokemon ZA, but Pokemon Generation 10 or 11, whichever they're on now. You know that's going to have expansions. That's going to have DLC, that's going to have expansions, that's going to have stuff that's going to cost you more than the initial price of the fucking thing. He's not... As I said, we don't have to spend all day together. Obviously, Sparkles, if Sparkle wishes to go, she'll want to go for her own reasons. But it's a board game thing, and if we happen to meet up and go, yeah, we're going for a brew. Yeah, so we can, or at least say hello. Who knows, if you've got dice, I might be able to buy some. Not that I've got a problem. Yeah, because, yeah. Well, I've got, like, Talisman sat up there. In fact, that's tempted. If they say bring and thingy, I wonder what I'd get for Talisman. Shame I've not got all the expansions for it, but I don't think it's ever been played, which is a shame. Well, it has been played, but it's not been played recently. It's been sat on top of the bookshelf for fucking years now. I'll trade that for Munchkin with about 6 or 7 expansions, or a load of magic, or... I just wish I had the expansions for it. I know they brought them out briefly, but I missed that window. Which sucks. It's a bit shit. I'm not going to deny it's a bit shit. Oh, there's his Zorro swords. They're too big to pull on. I mean, I'd have to sit there and go across on camera to show the 2 Zorro swords, but they're there. I thought you took them back upstairs. Yes, I know I'll give a child that I can't use a steering wheel 2 wooden swords and wish to get my 3rd. Zorro uses 3 swords. For those who are not familiar with One Piece. And if you're wondering how you can also use 3 swords, yes, one of them is in his mouth. So then that's that red. A lot of red, a lot of corn red. That's just put something in my brain that I do not wish to have been there now. I'm sorry, people, if you've just figured out what that was. And please have that bucket handy. This is where we get confused last time. Because all this is red, and all this is red, and all this is red. See them bits. And all down there. But there's a little strip there. That's grey in the middle. And then there's the overhang bit for the flapping. I'm learning. Well, in this case, I'm learning the model as opposed to the painting technique, but any learning is learning. And some of it may not ever have to be applied again. But in my case, it will, because I've got the exact copy of this model. Well, almost exact copy of this model there. Did not know what. I forgot what I was talking about now. What was I saying? I can't remember. Getting up at 6:30 is not fun, people. And normally, because you take 1 tablet a day because of your condition, you end up going for a lie down. Well, today you took 2 tablets because you spaced out during the day to make sure the things. And now you've been away for a very long time, way more than you used to, and you want any drinks and trying to paint. Deep breath, carry on, lad. I don't know what this is like. Well, I got buzzed thinking I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing. You're either about to tell me a new arsehole or question something. Go ahead, Chief. What's the question? And yes, Sally, 3 swords. He needs 3 swords to be Zoro. He needs a pair of shorts and kind of a red waistcoat to be Luffy, because he's already got the straw hat. And it needs 3 swords, a bandana, and a white t-shirt, I think, to be Zoro. But mainly it needs the 3 swords. Beaky, if you're thinking that I should be drinking this stuff every time because I've gone a bit weird, then no. How long have we got? Oh, we're going an hour. I'm alright. I'm only about, well, yeah, 2/3 of the way through the can. I've not been doing too badly. I've not necked it. Doesn't mean it's going to last a bit longer though. I may get done for saying you've got them on your thing. Oh, for fuck's sake, I need a drink. Do you not want to buy your shit? Right, fine. Send it me for free then. No, you're not going to do that. I didn't fucking think so. I'll stop whinging. It's not like it's going to be on there every time. I'm hoping they do, Ali. I'm hoping they do. I mean, this Conrad, I'm glad I put quite a decent amount of it on here, because it's taken a fair bit just to get all this covered. I'm not gonna lie, I'm going a little bit red blind at the moment, and I've still got another layer of red to go as well. So it's like, I'm a little bit concerned. So what I might do is get the red done. And bear in mind, I think I talked for and did nothing for the first 20 minutes, and I've managed to get the red done on 1.5. Also take into account other factors such as 40-odd-year-old man, and I am old enough to smoke and always will be, and at the moment I do. I'm actually quite glad that they have put the legal age up to so none of my children will be able to legally buy cigarettes. So hopefully none will be stupid enough to start smoking. Just got to worry about the ridiculous chemical-filled vapes that they just sell to pretty much any fucking now. Sell them things like it's a fucking lollipop. Here, kids, suck on this. And I don't mean like that, you dirty fuckers. No. That's essentially what they're doing with the vapes. When I was on holiday, the amount of 14, 15-year-olds I saw with vapes with their parents, which, that made me more disgusted than angry. Good evening, Rabbit. How's you? Do you still be surprised, Graham? Oh, you're getting them done tomorrow? Ooh. Poor little kiddies. They don't even get to get them off once. Not once. I mean, they are barbed and... To be quite honest, cat sex is just... Nope. It's almost as bad as ducks. And it's funny watching fucking liberals trying to stop ducks from mating. So that's how they do it. But it's graping, and that's how ducks mate. Standing at the edge of the little railing, waving the hands like he's going to do anything. It's fun. What cats are almost frigging bad. They got bad penises. Once they get latched on, they're like, and she ain't going nowhere. And the popo. Ah, you just get to poor popo, poor kids. I mean, I understand why you do it, because otherwise it's gonna rip the houses to pieces, because they get fucking hectic, and it does calm them down. But still, they shouldn't have like a animal kind of last chance brothel thing. You know, if you're gonna chop the nuts, at least give them a chance once. I've just felt my phone vibrate. That might be YouTube telling me that they're gonna ban me in 30 seconds if we don't stop. Good evening, Silvers. Good evenings. And you are Scratch Building with us. Oh, an Ender 3. That's the FDM one, isn't it? Ender 3. Yeah, I think that's the FDM one. Graves more of an expert than I am, but I'm not completely oblivious. I'm just confused. In fact, yeah, that's what I'm going to call myself. I'm just confused now, and I'm not in that way either. I'm just confused in general. I'm just about the world. What the fuck's going on? I don't know. Do we have to? No? Right, okay. Can I? Ah, that's a different matter. So, seeing as Bundy Rabbit has not been here for a while, we bounced down a little hole that's kind of a spin-off from Warhammer for a while. Alright, and this time we've got Space Bears Rabbit. We've got Spacey Bears. And next lot's got to be Spacey Dwarves. But I've also got to think, what am I getting for Secret Santa in December? So I don't know. I still, it will be Gene Stealer Cults and Leagues of Votan that I've got to expand. So that's why it's going to be Spacey Dwarves, because Leagues of Votan. That's what they are. Call them what you want, Games Workshop, the Space Dwarves. What was it up to? So yeah, that's probably going to be my next thing that I'm looking for, is Votan proxies. I know one thing I'm not going to be allowed is opalescent and gold leaf D6 dice, or Dungeons and Dragons dice set. I don't think I'll be allowed that. I don't even think I'll be allowed the Space Dwarves. Well, this is the reason why I have ways for you people to help me get the Space Dwarves. Because, yeah. I can't afford to fund my hobby. Well, my hobby has now become painting on YouTube. Which is an entirely different hobby and it's scary. It's amazing how things evolve though. At one point this was to... yeah, and now it's... meh. And then it changed to something else. And now it is lazy mini painting. I don't know how it happened. It just did. I'm glad it did though, because I got to meet all of you. Ooh, your bad progress in Discord. It's bad progress. Yeah, bad progress. Now this is the mounted one, I believe. I may be wrong. I'm going to go check in a minute. Which means I've still got that. Yeah, I have. Okay, hopefully that still works. If not, I'm fucked. I've got to reset it back up again. I should have chose a bigger brush. I probably should have gone for that 4, shouldn't I? Yeah, let's go for... no, it's a dry. That's medium base. Alright. Yeah, that helps. I should have just gone for like a medium base brush straight away. Blood for the blood god. Skulls for the skull throne. Blood for the blood god. Skulls for the skull throne. Pretty much what every one of them shouts when they're running into battle, because they start raving lunatics that just want to kill. Hey, it's what happens when you follow a god that's the god of skulls and fighting and blood and death. But basically war. Blood and skulls conquereth not from where they come. He just desires them. They could be from the enemy, or they could be from his own legions. He will take them all. I am enjoying it, Ali. Thank you. And I suppose that is the most important thing. But within that, I would also like to spread joy and happiness, and let you enjoy it along with me, if you wish to. If it was a solely selfish thing, then I wouldn't be doing it for other people to come and do with me. I would be saying, fuck everybody, I was hiding away and doing it on my own. But that's part of the reason why I started the channel. Because I didn't, and I did, yeah. Well, we've been through all that crap, so. Anyone wishes to ask, feel free, but yeah, gone through it enough. No need to tread it again. What I do need to do is make sure I can get in between these fucking shoulder pads. That was a pain in the ass. And give touch-ups and get into areas where the medium base brush missed. Just give it a secondish coat just to brighten it where needed. Yeah, that'll do. Essentially, anyone curious, you can either hand or sell a coin depending on how you're doing it. And if not, then hey, you've got your t-shirt. You might get a few sight bumps, you might not, but you're definitely not if you're not going to wear it. Ooh, that's something I've never thought of. I'm thinking more like a YouTuber for a moment than a painter while I'm painting something not simple, but something that I've only just done. So there's a little bit of muscle memory there. I could make myself a t-shirt. Just me, because I'm not making those because that costs money. And I'd have to save up to pay for that one. So, but I could. I just don't see any point really, but it's just the thought went through my head. I could make a t-shirt. Then it ended because it's like, well, I don't even know what I'm gonna put on it. I don't have a cool logo like Graham's Rugden. Hobbies. This guy's not taking as long, which is a good thing, I suppose. So I kind of want a cup of tea as opposed to energy drink at the moment. I really want to use the energy drink to essentially boost me to keep going. Because as Graham pointed out earlier, it sends him to sleep, and that's usually because of essentially a crash. It will do that to pretty much everyone at some point. You will hit a peak and then you will crash. The key is not to down your drink so you can maintain the peak. And to make sure that you have something else for your body to burn. Because it is burning through things. And I have had a fair bit of proteiny stuff because I said I went to the gym, so I had something when I got back. But these energy drinks burn through all that very, very quickly. So I will require something else. just so I don't crash from that and I can use it to its actual effect. As opposed to drinking it and falling asleep on camera. Don't particularly wish to do that. No, that way. It is getting actually. No worries, Graham. You have a good night, mate, and thank you for coming in and joining. I hope you got your quite a bit of your bed done. I'm gonna go have a look at Discord soon. Not quite yet. I've got a bit of red to paint, but not much. As I said, using a bigger brush was a good fucking idea. So that's the main corn red done. So clear this. I might need to actually go clean my water as well. There's a lot of red going through that. See, that's just coming out red water on there. And you're also heading to bed as well, Ali, soon. Well, I hope you sleep well for tomorrow. I believe you have work in the morning, which is... Nah, it sucks, let's face it. You go to work for money. That's all we all go to work for, so... I hope it's a nice, uneventful day for you and you get to make money nice and easily. And enjoy every bit that you're there, if you do enjoy your job. Some people do. Fucking marvels me, but some people really enjoy like 9 to 5 mundane work. And to a degree, I can understand it, but not too much. Not too much. So yeah, good night then, Ali. If you're going now, then good night. However, I'm going to take a quick break. So if you have finished your cup of tea, if you wish to go grab a snack, something to eat, take a break, change your water pots, I'm going to come back and we're going to move through the red. So we've done corn red. Now I said the majority of them now are going to get the Mephiston red, which will again go over all the panels, but it's going to be more of a dry brushy when it comes to like the furs and the face. But it will be more layered across the armor panels. But it's the furs and the face that will also get a dry brush of Scarlet as well. So we will be moving through. After that, then we start moving on to, pardon me, brass for the shoulder parts and the Chaos Icons. Then the leather, then wash, then we go for the greens and the purples. Ooh, this is working out alright actually. However, I'm going to change my water pot. I don't want to keep drinking this all night because, well, it's energy drink. It's like 5 to 11. Just gonna keep me up all fucking night. Way after the stream. So I'm going to try and water it down a little bit with a cup of tea, which means I've got to go put the kettle on as well. So I'm going to put a little bit of music on, and that means I've got to mute me. So I'll get that ready. And hopefully it's going to pop up and give me that one.
Download Arkanites now to receive tons of rewards.
Yeah, it's going to play a bleeding advert. Of course it is. So I shall be back in a few moments. Obviously, I've run that. You just had a small sample of the music that's going to be playing, and I'll be back soon. Hello. There we go. Hello. I have my glasses on because I'm following Ali's advice. And hopefully this will reduce eye fatigue so I can paint for longer. How are we? Everyone back refreshed? Bathroom breaks. I forgot to clean my water. I did get a peanut butter cookie though. And I made a coffee. I'll be back in one moment. Just because I forgot one thing. Because I'm stupid. There we go. Hope everyone's okay. Let's carry on. Right, so we've just done one set of red. Now we're going to go for two sets of red. Is that dried? It has. So that means I should be able to find... I know I've got one along here somewhere. Can't find the thing I was hoping for, so these will do. I should now just be able to scrape that off. Without removing any plastic, but just scrape the paint off it. This is quite a nice little tool. I don't remember seeing this on Games Workshop's website. It's probably the best tool I've ever had from them. I mean, these Games Workshop snips, these are my shit snips. These ones, which cost me about $2.99, you'll get with like a £12 or £14 hobby kit. Far better. Far better. And my other set, which my black handle set, are even better than that. So, awesome. I've actually found a tool from Games Workshop I like. And now I'm going to use it to get a big old sponge of... why I'm using it. I'm using this because I like it. That's why I'm using this one. I shouldn't even be questioning that. So a slightly brighter red to go over pretty much everything. Mainly because I don't have a red wash. It's going to have to get an egg grass wash. Put the dollop there. And now, because it's... yeah, I'll go to the number 4 this time. Oh, 6 even. Oh, it's damp. Okay. I'm just going to use that to try and clean off the big spudges of paint that are on it, and then put it back to dry. Paint down the side of the can. Why not? I'll wash off the brush because that'll go way too close to the ferrule. Way too close to the ferrule. So wash that off. Right. Now I'm going to want to dry brush quite a bit of this. Quite a bit of it, but I want to be able to heavy dry brush to almost paint the next section. Right. So we're going to go for the small dry brush from Citadel. It just is a little bit flatter. Make it a little bit wet. Load up a little bit of paint on. Brush most of it off. Now, doesn't make much of a difference. Doesn't make, well, it makes a difference, just not too much of a difference. Maybe I took a little bit too much off there. Let's try to leave it a little bit more on because we, oh no, I said it again. if we try leaving a little bit more than I did last time, it should just brighten up a little touch, which is what we need. We don't want to lose all that corn red, but we do want it to slowly layer up in brighter colours. Dan, what is up, man? I believe Ali has gone to bed, but I'm sure she'll enjoy what if she watches back the fact that you said hello. How you doing, dude? Have you got your machine up and running? Did you get the new case? And boom, straight into the middle of a private conversation. Sorry, but yeah, did you manage to get it started? I mean, I'm assuming it arrived the day you tried phoning me, and I said, "Sorry, dude, I'm in the middle of. Well, I'm at the coast of a different part of the country." Awesome. So that means that the motherboard's gone in now, the graphics card's gone in, the power supply's gone in, and everything's up and running. I'm assuming that's what you're talking to me on then. Well, typing to me on. That is awesome. Yeah, I was Pinocchio. I was in a whale. That was the most ridiculous fucking autocorrect I've ever had. I'm in Wales. Fuck it, I'm in a whale. Fuck off! Remember, right there, I told you the place where I was, so you can actually have a look at what a British kind of trailer park looks like. And we go there on holiday. In America, it's poor people housing. For us, it's poor people holiday homes. Oh, holiday rentals. JV. What is up, man? You're picking up crayons, man. I'm lucky when we got home today, because we only came home today. Mother-in-law had cleaned up the house to a degree. It was like, wow, is this my house? She bought a set of drawers and everything for Littleton's room, and it was just... And she wonders why we buy her something every time she comes to the house to watch it for us. She goes through and just does some really good things, and then goes near my stuff and it all goes horribly wrong. Asmongold just reviewed Spencer's video. No way. No, bullshit. I'm calling bullshit. Unless my phone goes beep and you've sent me a link, I'm calling bullshit. Actually, it won't go beep, but it'll vibrate. Spencer didn't do that video. I don't catch many of Spencer's videos. I don't catch many videos anymore. It's weird being on this side of the camera. I don't go to the other side as much. It's weird because especially not now. So a lot of the videos I would watch practically religiously, like EB for instance. I still watch some of his videos, and Dan's from Areas in the Nation. I watch some of his. I've not seen JV put anything up for a while, and usually if JV's live, it's round about the time I've just gone to bed or I'm not in the capable position to come up and join. I'm out of the house or I have guests around. What cool, awesome, right? So I've got a link. I will check that out after the stream because I usually have a bit of a timeout after the stream, just calm myself down before bed because I go late. Or if some people go earlier on in the day, the morning even for me, I go late at night. 9:30 onwards. Mainly because that's when people have gone to bed. In my house. It's only me and Sparkles up at that point. And I know both JV and Areas in the Nation are aware of Sparkles' real name. But I'm thankful they don't use it on stream. Or at least I think Areas in the Nation is. Pretty sure I have you on Facebook. Facebook is the only thing that is not lazy mini painting related, so. Yeah, see, I've been pretty much off. I've kind of been off grid for a week, JV, because I went to Wales with the family, just as a little week's vacation. I just said vacation. Holiday. So yeah, I kind of been off grid for a week. So all this stuff, I've come back and this stuff happened around my local area. These other things happened. This stuff happened in the news that I weren't able to get because of Wi-Fi connections and things. So yeah, there's all sorts of stuff that I'm catching up. And now Spencer may be becoming a global sensation. I don't know what to. Congratulations to Spencer if it's a good global sensation. If he gets the Chadio kind of attention, then dye your hair. Dye your hair, change your name, move state. JB. Do you even remember your banner in this one? Just out of curiosity, is that why you changed? Just so you can boot down and mute him if he knows you. People do love train wrecks. People love a train wreck, but I don't want it to be at Spencer's I don't want it to be at Spencer's expense. That sounded wrong in my head just because of the amount I had to say Spence. Oh, so he's not even gaining from it. Oh, right. He needs to put a comment in. Put a comment in from his channel. Put a comment on that video. Make sure he adds Asmundai into it, and then that might help. Don't make it a nasty comment, but make it a comment that ask him to make it a comment that will at least draw attention. Like, thanks, man. Enjoyed doing this. What I do. Here's another. If he's gonna try and get a positive response from it, he's gonna have to try and get a positive response from the community. And therein lies the big issues. All emptying. Oh, no way. No subs. No. I mean, he's getting engagement, but there needs to be something beyond that engagement to make this work. I mean, I used Chadio as a reference, but if he'd have done something and created a character from that and ran with it, he might have got something from it. I mean, I have no idea what the cunt's doing at the moment, and neither do I particularly care. But still, as long as he's getting on with his life, he's not harming anyone, let him go on for it. But if I was him, I would have ran with that type of character. Yeah, I got caught by a fucking couple of auditors, but I would have turned it into something. I would have at least tried to turn it into... Yeah, I certainly wouldn't have done a video tried to bounce a bottle off the floor and nearly missing. Awesome idea. That awesome idea. A rebuttal video. Make sure he gets tagged into it and has been dived. Yeah. If you can get a bit of a back and forth going, so it's a couple of video sets, that should get him some notoriety, some notice anyway. Because there are plenty of people out there who don't like him, and if it ends up as that type of... Look, there's going to have to be some kind of backstage talk between the two. Like, look, this isn't personal, mate. Look, we both know how YouTube works. Can we have a bit of a a 6 video run, 3 from you, 3 from me, and see what happens. Ah! Fuck, these are all resin and don't come apart. I mean, they break, but they don't come apart. But these are chunky boys. That's more of a big bears. If you... Yeah, I mean, if anyone within the... I don't know what community you put me in, but within my community, and did something that I could work with, then yeah, I'd jump on it. I mean, as much as this is, I want this to grow naturally. I want this channel to grow naturally. I want it to be people that want to be here to talk to me and have these conversations in the chat with me and slow me down painting, but I still get painting done and I get to have enjoyment with you, and you get to have enjoyment painting or talking or whatever. I'm not here to tell you what to get from my videos. If you turn up and you stay and you talk, then you get what you get. And as long as that's a good thing, I'm happy. A spare parts community. Yeah, I'll take that. I'll take that because my community is a spare parts community. It's made up from all sorts of different things. All sorts of walks of life. So, yeah, anyone's welcome, providing you aren't a cunt. And even then, we'll probably let you get away with it a little bit, as long as you're not a complete cunt. JV, you turning up just give me bad ideas. Just give me really bad ideas. I mean, they're really good ideas, but they're ideas that I shouldn't be having. Electronic ideas. Electrical ideas. Ideas that would make people that are no longer in this room think, well, no. And that is I would say that's by accident, not probably by design, because YouTube don't like me. I tell them to get fucked far too often. I tell most people to get fucked though. Most corporation-y things, YouTube, Apple, Samsung, Games Workshop, Sony, Amazon, whatever Elon Musk, I'll go get fucked. Bunch of pricks. Right, so there's the Mephisto red done. Now I need the bright one. Now I need the scarlet. Now see, telling things like people to go get fucked is not a necessarily good idea. Right, while I'm shaking the scarlet, I'm going to look for... How do I do this again? Settings. Right, I'm going to have to change this to the right one. Fizzy Findish models? No. Work in progress. Work in progress. And not that one. We want that one. Okay, so shake, 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 shake. And now I need to... Why is it bringing up that? That's not right. There we go. So while I'm shaking up this, we're going to have a look at Graham's official Space Bear model. Which, in fairness, I think is fucking beautiful. And zoom up a bit more. There we go. Yep, no, Blake takes responsibility for his. You only take responsibility for certain bad ideas. Graham takes responsibility for others. EB takes responsibility for some others, and Dan's been responsible for one or two. Nothing too bad, but yeah, Dan's been responsible for one or two. But yours are mostly technical and software based. When I get ideas and I want to try and do something, and I'm wondering if it's possible if you speak to me. Because I always forget you know this shit better than I do. A lot better than I do. Right, is the lid going to come out this time? Or is it going to be jammed still? It's jammed still. Now this is where the spodger really comes in, because now I've got to get paint out of this. So let's remove Graham's... I mean, look at that though. It's essentially the same colour scheme I'm using now, except less red. So, this is why I need the spodger, because now I've got to get paint out of this thing. Normally, it would come with... It would come... When you take the lid off, you'd get a nozzle thing, see? But the nozzle's got stuck inside the fucking mold. So now I need the scoopy thing. Fucking... stupid. How bad is that in there? I know it's possible to get paint out of this, because I saw it. I tested earlier. I now just need something to remove said paint. No, don't use the artificial layer brush, you knobhead. Oh, for fuck's sake, I've got 1,000,006 brushes and I can't find one suitable to do just move some paint. You joking me? That won't do. 9 there, but I need them really for... Oh, there you go. You fucking did it yourself. You got a board waiting me. Now, this one is a little bit on the thicker side because... Yeah. It's a very old paint. Very, very old paint. I took him as well. I say I took him. I can't remember who. Well, I'm sorry to all your subscribers that I don't know. But there was a particular one who also lives in Manchester, and look, when Spencer came over here, I went to see Spencer, my mate. Fuck YouTube. I got to know him, I got to talk to him, I went to see Spencer, my mate. There was someone else who went to see Spencer more in a, for lack of a better word, celebrity fashion. You and him had both had an impact on him during the lockdown. You helped him through a lot. He expressed this quite openly. And my time with Spencer was also spent a lot of time with him. So, although Spencer showed an interest in learning about these, I never actually got a chance to show him anything other than, this is the shop, here's the window, have a quick look, we're walking on to the next place. So the fact that you got to take him and show him, that was awesome. Cheers, man. Because I didn't actually get that chance. And he did show some interest. I mean, don't get me wrong, he wasn't like, oh, you really need to take, but it was like, well, what are they? Well, it's on husband and where's the name of it? Dan's put the name of the channel that he's on, cause he's covered it on there. That's it, Asmongold. That fucking moron. Don't get me wrong, I'm seeing his videos, but he's an algorithm chaser, fuck off. He's titillation, yeah, no. Not my style of... And to be quite honest, I don't particularly agree with the styling. It's misleading. And it can get people in trouble. And to some degree it can be malicious as well, so no, I don't necessarily agree with it, but I am aware, and I have seen a few videos of his. Look, if you're not aware of the bad people, how do you know who to avoid? How do you know you've got to pay attention even if you don't want to. So if it's Asmongold who's covered it, it'll be on his channel, I should imagine. Just don't get me wrong, he's got a lot of subs. He's got a lot of people watching him. But Spencer really needs to work it right if he wants to capitalise. And don't get me wrong, if he can capitalise on this, then that's a big leap on this platform. However long this platform's got. I mean, it's only recently that the UK have passed something on bloody Discord where I'm now responsible for the crap that goes up on there. So if an under 18 sees something slightly too graphic, and by that I mean in multiple formats, whether it be sexual or violent, or I'm the one that's fucking responsible apparently, because this squad are gonna throw enough lies behind it, so they're like, no, we've got nothing to do with it, him, of course. So it's not like I'm gonna have much of a leg to stand on there. I'm not surprised, to be quite honest, JV. He's the type of YouTuber that he's very political, he does like to pick arguments almost. Find something and nitpick about it. And he'll do it about something either relevant or something he knows he's going to get a reaction. So there we go. Just to see. So the shoulder pads are the same, but you can see where it's brighter now on the actual skin tones. Not too bright, but this one's slightly oranger than this one. Now they're all going to end up slightly orange, so let's carry on. I mean, I don't want to give him too much airtime on my channel, to be quite honest. Almost a Beetlejuice effect, although it might help my channel, I don't know, but the guy can be a dick, so yeah, I'd rather not. As I said, I'd rather my community and my viewership grow naturally for people who want to be here. Stumble upon me, spend more than 10 minutes, and then go, do you want to know something? He's a fucking weirdo, but he's alright. Again, anyone in chat who is listening along, and please don't feel intimidated by talking and chatting. I will chat to you, and I know I have people that I chat to quite openly. But if you stick around, I would hope you become one of those as well. Just like Arius and the Nation and JV's Hangouts. And if you don't like this channel and you're listening at this moment, JV's Hangouts is the one you've got to blame for me. It was on his channel that I broke my proverbial YouTube cherry. So he's the crazy madman that let me on the internet. Here's to JV. See, coffee and energy drink alternate. That's not a bad idea. I figured that's a good one. I'm going to have to change that top chat to live chat again. I still think I'm missing stuff. How much have I has been on there that I've... Yeah, that needs to be on live chat all the time. And ooh, just looking at my top fans list, and Ali, of course, and Graham. Well, Graham also gets mentioned in my ad breaks. So, and then we have Silvers, Kirsty, Arius in the Nation, JV's Hangouts, Beaky Buzzers, and Anfield Road Layouts in the loft. Oh no, Anfield Road Layouts loft is in 9th place with 50 experience. So we have a joint first, and then a joint third by a lot of people. A lot of people have. The third place is fine. Third place is on the podium, and you're joint there. You're okay. To be quite honest, I miss your Friday show, and what I miss more is on a Friday, because it's not just, there are people who've tried and failed to take up the mantle of JV's Hangouts, and Friday Night Hangout is, or can be, one of the wildest streams I will ever be a part of or see. And that was one of those, it had to happen, and it did, in so many iterations, and it twisted, it warped it. If you could take all them and you could edit, you could make a drama show. You could make a drama show with characters. It was awesome, and as I said, people have tried to mimic it since, and it's available for us on a Friday night. Sadly, on a Friday night, I'm no longer available as freely as I was, and that's what I miss a lot of. I do miss that a lot. I tried to recreate it a little bit, even myself, on here, and even now on this new strange setup, which obviously you didn't use. I can still invite a guest. It's something that I must be able to do. I must be able to invite a guest on here at a moment's notice. If I just send them a link, ding, 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 and my guest comes up just above me, and they come up there, and it's an influence you've had, man. Don't knock it. It is an influence you have had over this channel that has been lasting for all 4 years, near enough, that I've been doing this. And it's an influence that's lasted all the way through and will probably last till the end. It's so easy to pick up. I'm using Streamlabs, so it's a little bit difficult to get a panel running, but StreamYard still works. There are other things that still work, so yeah, you can do it pretty easily. Obviously, if you want the glitz and the glam of those, then you gotta put the money into it, which is where I'm falling short at the moment. Hence the tabs below, people, if you wish to have a look. I'm not gonna stop you. I'm also not gonna make you. It's free world, free choice. Despite what they've been saying for 600 years. Let's see how intelligent people are. I like Buddhists. I like Hindus. I like Taoists. And I like Christians. I like everyone. I like Muslims who are nice to me and don't try to do stupid things. Same with everybody else in the world, 'cause people are knobheads, but some are alright, 'cause we all have the same fucking problems, same fucking issues. The same shit going on, just I'm wearing Adidas shoes. And don't ask me where the fuck that came from. But yeah, it's out there now. Fuck it. JV, don't clip that shit, man. Don't clip that shit. I've probably lost like 900 subscribers and I've only got 170 something. If not, I'm going to be on did you hear what he sang? Depending if you even catches it and smart enough to understand. But that's a different matter entirely. But joking, see? I kind of have a sense of humour. Although, yeah, going back to how JV got me onto the internet. JV used to run Friday Night Throwdown. Now, for those of you who know me, I don't drink much. I don't drink much. when I do drink, it's usually an occasion. The last time I drank was at my friend's wedding. And even then I had the toast drink. And I think I had 2 pints all night. That was it. And one... yeah, I saw the look on my friend's face as he was getting the photos done and towards the end of it. So I went to the bar and bought 2 whiskies, one for him, one for me, and just put his on the table and said, as soon as you finish, there you go. So that was the last time I drank. I didn't even drink. I had 1 pint over a week. So yeah, don't drink a lot. However, on JV's Friday Night Throwdown, there would be several people, some of whom were there before me, some of whom came later, and some of whom bounced backwards and forwards. From them, there was a lot of people that I neither have not positive nor negative opinions of. There's a couple of people, and I made it vocal, that I didn't have pleasant opinions of. But through that, I managed to make some friends, some genuine friends. JV being one of them, and Blake TV. If you see him in the chat, he's another from there. At any point, either one can message me, and although it slips my mind, I do message them. I believe they've also received the artwork and the drawings that I did while I was on Friday Night Throwdown. If you got them, JV, let me know. So there are, but with me not being drinking, they all were. And as the panel, shall I say, evolved, different people started coming up, and obviously that means that different personalities are meeting and clashing, and that's how I met Captain Baptin, which you all know in here. Well, I hope you do. And BC Herbs and Angie's Fluid That's also how I met her up there as well. And as I said, it evolved. It was an experience that I don't think I could get again. I don't think many of us could get again that were part of it. But we want to. We would so love to get. I don't think we ever will, though. That's a shame. Some of my most memorable moments, though, were me not necessarily acting as I would choose to. I remember breaking my ribs on Friday Night Throwdown, which I'm guessing not many people on YouTube can say they was on a seated panel show and broke their ribs. I also remember having a competition between me, Captain, EB, and BC to see who we were making it our mission to essentially bully everyone apart from you into leaving. And we turned it into a game. And then there were times when there were people playing beautiful music, and then there was times you let Colin pick up the guitar. And on the very rare occasion where the master of the roast himself graced us with his presence, we even had Haylook Squirrel. And wow, we don't get to see Haylook Squirrel often, and when we do, it's a privilege, because that man genuinely does good. Yeah, I was drunk. I drank 1.5 liters of rum in the space of like 2 hours, and then my missus told me to try and stand up. No. That's pretty much the answer was no. I can't. I fell into my steel frame desk, which is, I say, see, that's my titanium ring against my steel frame desk. Okay, so I slammed into that back first. I fell arm up sideways into my sofa, which is how I cracked. Basically, I cracked 2 or 3 of my ribs. Whatever happened after that, I don't know. You all have a better idea of that than me because you will listen to it all live as it happened. And yes, he is. Well, you're all great guys. But I've got to give it up to Squirrel. Squirrel, his moral compass, I believe, is possibly the truest out of us all. I'm not saying the man's never had hardships. I'm not saying the man's never been through difficulties. I'm not saying that he's had a perfect life. But at this moment in time, I believe his moral compass is the most straight and narrow of us all. And he proves so by action. And right, where are we up to? We're up to bronze. Is it bronze? The brass. Ooh, Count Brass. I've still not read that one. In case anyone's wondering what you probably are now, because I'm saying I've not read that one. Michael Moorcock. No. Before anyone sniggers. Very famous writer, and he did a series of books called The Eternal Champion. First one is a very good book that I bought just because I enjoyed it, and that is called Von Beck. However, one of the last ones is dedicated around an already established character called Count Brass. Who appears with another character as well. So Dan, JV, if obviously if you're both, and Buzzard, if you're all still here, what are you up to now? Because obviously different time zones. Buzzard's it's nearly midnight for us, and that means that people are just getting home from work, I'm assuming, settling kids or making food if you're a little bit further over the ocean. As for the other, I'm going to say 3 people because I think I know who one of them are. Possibly 2. I hope you are enjoying yourselves. Hope it's alright. Hope you're having a nice evening or afternoon. I know I've been doing a lot of waffling, a lot of talking. Still not going through everything on the holiday yet. Don't worry, I've still got more in the bank for that. Not told you what the teenagers got up to yet. God, that was a marvel to behold. That was a marvel to behold. I'll get back to that in a bit. At the moment, I've got to try and focus on getting this brass done. This is not fucking easy. Now, going back to what I was saying earlier when JV inspired and is still capable today, how to get up as the other person. Obviously, I need to know you're a real person, and it's not just, for instance, JV or Arius in the Nation or other channel members, other channels I will go up. If I know you are a real person, so if you're part of the Discord or if you're a part of the Patreon, and I know you're a real person, and you are showing a genuine interest, and to come up and take part and talk. And as I said, this is more of a hangout than a painting tutorial session. So you can come up as well. There is no obligation for you to be a model painter while doing this. However, it does require joining. The Discord is free, as is the Patreon. Well, parts of the Patreon. If you wish to have, obviously, voting rights and have the ones-to-ones, but I think we work about 4 times a year, then you do have to subscribe to the only tier, because it made me put a tier in. And it made me put stuff behind that tier. I'm not happy about it, but it is what it is. Well, join the Discord, and if I'm ever in the chat, pop in, join in. I don't go in the chat as much as I used to with Buzzard on other servers. Other things take over, but I do pop in occasionally. Also, I may be arranging, I think I have arranged about 2 so far. Just, I'm going to be sat in here painting this. If anyone wants to come and join me, feel free. I think I've arranged that about 2 so far. I'm still new to this, so bear with me. Joe, howdy doody, how you doing, man? Have you been listening in? Oh, well, it looks like a little bit of red paint's coming there. That's not good. Good evening. Well, yeah, good evening. It's evening for everybody now. Actually, no, it's morning for me now. Good morning. It's literally just changed. How are you doing with the ship designs? Have you managed to get them 3D rendered? I hope so, because that insect ship looked awesome. It did look nice. You have cat aggro. Then you are going to potentially have cuts and scars down your hands and arms. Possibly legs, depending where it decides to latch on. My cat is nicely asleep at the moment. Surprisingly enough, with how loud I am. I mean, I have no sound dampening around me at all whatsoever, so all my volume just goes everywhere. Luckily, I've got the microphone right fucking next to me. Pardon me. Sorry about that. So we've got all 3 reds done now, and now we're working through the brass. Now there are quite a lot of chains and armour edges to do. So you can see we've already started the shoulder and the chain down the middle, which does go all the way around through the back. Just got to clean up this little section in here. She just has you pinned. Oh, as long as she doesn't have you like for the full 3 count, and well, if she's managed to suplex you or something, then feed the fucking cat. Or maybe not feed the cat. If she's pinning you, that's not good. Was it a chair shot? Did you get a table? Look, SummerSlam's just been over the weekend, and so I may be a little bit wrestling. I don't know the full results though. Who won the Cody Cena? I'm guessing Cena, because Rollins was on the other night. I still got something playing in the background? I do. Let's get rid of that. Although something's making a strange noise. It might be my computer crying because of the fact that I'm streaming. It is an old computer that is overperforming for what it is. The boosting RAM helped, but it wasn't perfect. The only problem is, computers are expensive, and so are weddings. So, guess which one Sparkles has prioritised? Yep, you guessed right. Well, if you guessed wedding anyway. And she's right to do so. Because that might get us to the Canary Islands on our own. Now, that's going to be a holiday. Well, honeymoon, but... Well, I say Canary Islands. It's not been decided. Although, following Twisted's advice, America is apparently off the table. But that might be a whereabouts in America, so America's a big place and there are lots of things happening all over the place. I hear Arkansas can be quite a friendly place if you go to some certain areas. Just like everywhere else, really. These shitty bits and these good bits. And you always hope you don't stand in the shit. Design fighters to go with the alien frigate. If you've not already done it, in which case redesign them as bombers. And then you want tactical boarding vessels. We'll want that pretty much across the board for every faction, whether it be pods, torpedoes, ships, depending on each species. JV, you're making me want to do something on Friday now. And I don't think my friend who comes round on a Friday is going to be too happy if I go, do you want to know what, mate? I'm going to stick a camera on two of us, because essentially I'm only using half of my camera. Okay? So there's that. If I actually show you how much of a camera I have off screen. See all that? You can fit two people in there, can't you? Quite easily. Me sat a bit further back here. Him sat over about there. Just means I've got to move the camera over. Do that. And if I was to... See, you could fit two of us in there easy enough. That's two people on one camera. A couple of other people on other panels. Oh, it's possible. It's possible. Don't think he's going to agree with it though. But it means I could run a panel. And we already know I don't give a shit about people swearing, and Blake doesn't have options to put boobs on the screen, so I'm alright. am I doing? Brass. I think I enjoy it so much because it's got the word arse in it. Or ass, anyway. I've just really fucked up my lighting setting then. Up there so I can see the chat, please. Thank you. Yeah, they're putting the glasses on to cut down eye fatigue's working, you know. Ali was onto something. Ali was definitely onto something. I don't like the fact that that was visible. It's bad enough the camera's visible, but I certainly don't want the wire. It wouldn't tell me. I would have corrected it sooner. I mean, if it didn't bother you, then you no point telling me, but it bothers me. As much as I'm not professional, I try and put at least a little bit of professionalism into it as much as I can. Don't have wires dangling all over the place. You know, basic things like that. Okay, there's a fair bit more brass on these buggers than I thought. Fair fucking bit more brass. As I said, I will be going longer, a little bit longer tonight. That's why I'm loaded up on coffee and energy drinks. Because really, these should have been painted last week, or at least started last week, so that they could be finished this week. So in my head, these need to be finished this week. Or at least the paint job finished so I can start moving on to a base. And then I can start building up the bases for them to go onto so they can stand a little bit taller. That way when they're surrounded by, well, they're surrounding him, then yeah, they don't look too out of place. Few things I'm not sure on. Few things. So we're at the bottom of this foot this time. Again, with the brass following the edges of the armour pieces and any of the chains. And I know scented glasses help with eye fatigue, but they don't fucking stop it completely. Anywhere else that needs brass? Tiny little section there on the back, and I mean it is a fucking tiny section as well. Tiny section. Oh, fuck's sake, I've got to paint that red again. And then the ring. Anything else? Go on, you fuckface. Show everything. That's being the green and the purple. That's being the green and the purple. Emphasis more on the green on the tips there. Brass tips on the chaos icon. Really should make a chaos icon for a angry Ron. But I haven't got anything big enough and cool enough. So he's just going to sit there with his two kick-ass weapons. His psychotic inducing dreads and be an awesome kick-ass guy. Yeah, the first thing I did when I was about to finish is drop the fucker. I'm clever. Okay, let's have a look. So this guy is supposed to be able to stand next to this guy and not look out of place. I don't think he does. Once I've coloured the tabard, put the standard claw colours on and made that and that into those type of colours, I think that should be okay. Right, that's one done, and he was probably one of the hardest. And I'm gonna have to use small brushes to do all of this. Oh, sorry people, I was up at 6:30 this morning and well, I've pushed myself a little today. A little more than I should have. So, I'm starting to feel this. I don't intend to actually finish yet. So, don't panic if you're enjoying it and you're like, no, I want to see the end of these models. My intention is still to try to finish them this morning. Let me just sort a couple of things out. So oh, that was so nice. That was so nice. Right, that's that. I've got to put the YouTube back up. That's what I forgot to do. Right, is YouTube muted on here? Yes, desktop audio is muted. Right. See, stretching is important. Feeling stiff from the gym doesn't help. And also, Mother Nature has awful timing. It's close to the hour and a half markish again. If anyone needs a fresh drink, something to eat, I just might go with another peanut butter cookie. Sort yourselves out. I'm going to come back and do brass on both of those two, and then look to doing the leathers. Because from there it's the Agrax wash. Little bit of a highlight with some of the other colours, and then it's onto the weapony sides, and then fine details. So that means I have to find all the sources first of all. Pop that back on. desktop audio is muted, so I have to listen to this friggin' advert. And then, okay, I'm gonna mute me first and kind of mime my way through what I'm doing. There's my audio input. Hello, I'm back. Thank you all for waiting. All of those who have waited. We're still on for brass. We're on for the brass chains and the shoulder trims. I'm tempted to do that back strap brass as well, but it does appear to have a little bit of more of a leathery texture to it. So we'll see. We'll see. Anyway, yeah, the cat wanted to go out. I can't blame her. She's an old cat now. Kitty's 17. 17 for a cat. She's doing well. She is doing very well. Everyone got drink refreshments? I mean, I'm still alternating between coffee and energy drinks, so yay. That was going to be fucking awesome. Because yeah, it's 20 to 1 in the morning for me. Woo! How is everyone still hanging in there? Or is it Mulesy's time? I hope I've not caught anyone on the road causing any major accidents. If I have, I'm sorry. Apparently I've had the effect of putting people to sleep, so you know. Half a cup of tea left. And Twisted, good evening. Oh, poor Kafra. Yeah, I'm going for a bit of a late one tonight. I'll sort of say a bit of a long one. So I'm gonna see if I can completely proxy 8-bound and then actually go on to the official World Eaters. Well, the Chaos Marines that I've kitted out as World Eaters. I will eventually get a set of unit of World Eaters. I think it's maybe 2. Through the Combat Patrol magazine. But they're like right at the fucking end. The fact that Beaky's had me on for this long and he's still awake is a wonder in and of itself. Because Hayes used me for ASMR before now. And who else has used me for ASMR? Sparkles has used me for ASMR before now. So yeah. Oh, I've just really fucked up that. I'm gonna have to go back and I'm gonna have to just sort that bit out right now. So, my fist on. Let that dry. Whew. Oh, you got the Mini Month and you've got Templar Terminators. Them Paragon Warsuits are looking a bit nice. When they came out, it was like, this is what the Grey Knight should have got. Basically, a chunkier version. More like what I've done with Gazgul, where they're inside the suit rather than on the front of the suit. I think that's where they went wrong with those. Because those Paragon Warsuits are really nice. That is definitely what the Grey Knight should have got. Instead they got an upgrade sprue with a fucking flail and a mace. Still a bastard in baby carrier. But I ain't getting no Sisters of Battle. I'm still on Arcs, and I think it's Votan next. Yeah, exactly. They're actually they're wearing the suit rather than sat on front using sticks. Like, it's like a power loader with shit. Really shit. What was I gonna look for then? Ah, fuck! I forgot what I was gonna click on. I was gonna look for something, and I can't remember what I was looking for. I was gonna just click something, and I definitely touched the mouse for a reason. Yeah, fuck it, it'll come back to me. And if not, then it can't have been that important. I'm gonna say I'm gonna finish these tonight. I'm not doing the bases. I want no idea what I'm actually gonna do for the bases for these. I do need to make them stand a little bit taller, because they are tiny bit shorter than the 8-pound as far as I'm aware. So they're definitely gonna need like tactical rocks and big, not big, but something that raises them up about a centimetre, maybe a centimetre and a half. There's a problem with proxies, because you've got to try and match the size of the original model. Some cases you're okay, you can get away pretty much 1 for 1. For instance, like the Angron, the wings help show what would be the bulk of Angron. Without those wings, it wouldn't get away with a proxy for Angron. It wouldn't even get away with a proxy for Ghazghkull Thraka. So it had to have the wings just to get away with that proxy. Oh, I need to sit a little. Why is my chair so far back? Probably because I've got stuff on it that I should not have on it. Is that the right one? Yep, that's the right one. I need to move stuff forward. This is shift stuff, so I can and I can lock that back in place. That's not much better, but it's gonna have to do. Hurt my back on holiday. Went to the gym today and then think I can sit upright for hours and hours and hours. You're not a young spring chicken, them all lads. You're not a young spring chicken. That leather's just ridiculous twisted. He's good, but he's ridiculous. I'm barely happy with tabletop standard. And some people might say it's better than tabletop. I think it's tabletop. Some people might not even think it's tabletop. Doesn't really matter. As long as they've got a stupid ruling that says your opponent gets extra points if you're not painted, I'm not giving my opponent extra points. or I get extra points if I've got to pay it out. Whichever way around it goes. I'm not losing a game just off a stupid fucking thing. It's just not on. Rules like that shouldn't exist, especially in a hobby like this. Grey should be fine. I understand for tournament play you would expect a minimum painted army. That's why they have the 3 colour rule. Tabletop standard 3 colours. And I know at the moment I've pretty much just done red and gold. But in my defence, not red and gold, red and brass. In my defence, I'm painting World Eaters, and the weapons are going to be that purpley green thing, so I should be alright. Make sure I clean up all the silly little bits. Did I paint the back of that gold or did I leave it black? I left them black. Right. Yeah, lighting. Lighting sucks. Well, it doesn't, it's just... I'll put the glasses on to help with eye fatigue, otherwise I wouldn't be able to carry on this long. Glasses can only do so much. Okay, now it's time to change back to see. Let me balance between the two and that and coffee. My computer's having a little fit. Apparently it's not liking something. So if I lose connection or if I drop, I'll be right back on as soon as I can. But yeah, at the moment it sounds like a jet engine about trying to take off. So here's a question for everybody in chat, because let's have a look. Okay, I don't know what that does. Ooh, nice. Red scorpions. Yeah, but it means he gets his Nathesium classified as a power weapon or combat bolt or... If someone's getting, he doesn't have a Nathesium, fuck off. It's thematic army. Read the law. That's how they set out. They don't have a sergeant. Everybody has an apothecary. I'm fine with that. See, I'd be okay to play against that army. You'd need a fucking apothecary for the amount of things I want to throw at you. Yeah, okay. You have something that can get units back up. If I wipe the unit, the apothecary can't do shit if he's dead. And let's face it, Warhammer 40,000 is a dice numbers game. They took the scatter dice out of it, so that's a big thing. So now it's a case of the more dice you can roll, the more you're going to inflict. The more chances you give them to roll, the more chances they've got of failing. So it's a numbers game, so it can be fudged with stats. If you throw enough bodies at a wall, eventually you're going to have a ramp to get over it and breach the wall. Or orcs. And if you can take enough of them, it doesn't matter. I don't think there's many forces that can actually put down enough firepower straight down on everything to wipe it all out. If you've maxed out on orcs in every conceivable way, so you've got storm boys, you've got boys, you've got looters, you've got maxed out, just gone for bodies. There's not many armies that can really stand there and take it all. That could take out a Land Raider. That could take out a fucking that could take out a fucking knight. For tournament rules, yeah, you're gonna have to. You can only have 3 apothecaries. They're gonna have to be special characters. They're gonna have to be characters. They're going to have to be assigned to units that way. So there'll be 3 units with additional apothecaries, because every sergeant's an apothecary, but the ones you've paid for to be apothecaries are characters, and you can only take 3. You might be able to take 6 battle line, but you can only take 3 characters. 3 of each character, that is. I think my 1,000-point army at the moment, or the one for Sparkles to play. Oh no, I've got to play against Sparkles. I've got 2 Norns, a Psychophage, a Neurotyrant, and 2 Screamer Killer Carnifexes to take on. And I've got a Terminator Chaplain, Terminator Captain, 2 Terminator Librarians, 2 units of melee Terminators, and a full 10-man, and then a 10-man unit of ranged Terminators and a 5-man unit of ranged Terminators. Yes, and that's 35 Terminators, plus that's 39 Terminators. That's quite a lot. Yeah, I'm not too happy with the fact that there's so many things that they made the game iconic, and the only reason they've put them to Legends, and the only reason they put them to Legends is because they want to make money off the new shit. Now, I get capitalism, I understand what they're trying to do, but that's, again, they've sold the soul. The soul of the business is no longer there anymore. It's just the money-making scheme. The problem is, there's a lot of people that have the soul of the game. Myself being one of them. And those people that still go to tournaments. And even to a greater extent, the people that don't go to tournaments and play just for fun. It's like, those are the guys that are actually making this shit worthwhile and keeping this thing really afloat. And they just, yeah, no, I don't like it. They can make more money by being what they were. But the two blinded by a specific way of doing things that they don't see what was there to start with and how it started to be what it is. If you get what I mean. Or am I just chatting shit? To be quite honest, Dan, I don't know. I don't know. I've just got around to the brass on the second one. I need to go through and make sure I've got it all. Then I'm going to start brass on the third one. Then from there it's on to leathers, I think. Yeah, you see, yeah, we'll play narrative as opposed to competitive if we wish to. Has what gone more mainstream, Dan? What? Why has it changed to top chat? If I've missed something, because it's a fucking no. Night Buzzer, do you take care, mate? Yeah, it's getting a bit late. 101. It is late. Yeah, don't ask me how I'm even conscious at the moment. 5.5 hours, I would have been awake for 24 hours. So yeah, here goes. I'm trying to do fine motor painting. On the very brink of the point where I should have gone to bed hours ago. I'm staying awake through determination. I'm staying focused due to energy drinks. That's not how you're supposed to do this shit, people. What do you mean you jumped in at the wrong time? Yes, when things usually go mainstream, they break away. But they've kept a lot of the lore and they've tried to keep it all. Because they have certain writers that have been established. And have been established for years within the sci-fi community. And want to do justice to this. So, lore-wise, to a degree, it's not too bad. What's more done is when you float shit on the stock market and then people start buying into it, they expect a certain amount of money back. So therefore, business practice becomes we need to increase profits and doing the law does help with that. I've got to say. I don't get what you mean by jumped in at the wrong time. Well, do you mean jumped into trying to figure out what this is? Or join the stream? You confuse me. So I'm going to try and get as much as this done as I possibly can to the point where it's like, right, no, I've got... I've got to. But I know I'm a week behind, so I have to get shit done. This is the issue. So, oh no, it's not. I don't need fucking spikes. It's a good job. Once I've done quite a lot of this, I'm just going to be able to Agrax Earthshade most of the model and come back and just do rough highlights. Dan, you can talk about aeroplanes driven by mice for all. I have no idea what's going on. I really have no idea at this moment. Ooh, you've been catching up on Eisenhorn. See, one of the earlier sets before they'd gone completely corporate mad, and then yeah, they've kept him on and they've put it on. Is it the Beckwin series afterwards? Which kind of follows onto a bit of that story. And then they've got other books coming that possibly lead into the narrative of 11th. Oh, right, you jumped into Warhammer at the wrong time. There is no real wrong time. Technically, you can play any edition you fucking want. All you need is a copy of the rulebook, knowing how to build your armies, and being able to build your armies, stat sheets, and yeah, and the equivalent models to do it. So there's no wrong time. I mean, if you wanted to play something like 5th edition, where Devastator squads, tactical squads, and certain other older units that you can get hold of now, dirt fucking cheap, to get the Codex edition for 5th edition Space Marines, which again, because it's not the current edition, shouldn't be that expensive. You could probably play Oldhammer for a fraction of the price. I've got 9th and 10th at the moment, but I'll be more than happy to go back to 5th and proxy certain real scale Primaris Marines in for the other Marines and go, right, okay, now I've got bigger Terminators, I've got bigger Marines, I've got true scale Marines. So it looks better, it's more immersive. No, they had to put it in tomes. Not quite books, it's in tomes. Multiple tomes. This thing is... Eisenhorn and Beckwin aren't even touching the surface of what Warhammer 40,000 is. And if you want to find out what the start of it is, just to get a clue, you've got something like an 80-book series to go through, plus audio books. It is stupid. It really is. The amount that it's like, oh, fuck no. Right. Brass on the last. Brass on the last. Yeah, I mean, the ridiculous, as Twisted says, the Eisenhorn Omnibus is probably like fucking, you're talking close to 2.5, 3 inches thick. And we're not talking little book, we're talking probably about 6.5 inches by about 5. It is a big fucking book. I've got a Ultramarine, or I had an Ultramarine Omnibus in hardback. It was fucking massive. Like, it was like that, and then it was like fucking, just through sheer size, I bet it rivaled the Bible. Just the text was bigger. But you've got the Space Wolf Omnibus, which is the story of Ragnar Blackmane. I really enjoyed that set. That set was awesome. So much so that I lent it to Ragnar. And I've yet to receive it back, I believe. Oh no, I give him the individuals because I got the omnibus in the end. Now I remember. And then I got rid of the omnibus. So, yeah, my own fault. What was the thing again? Oh, brass. God, my brain's turned to shit. It really has. Can we just have a bit of a chat for a minute? Yeah. I've got a lot of models to do, haven't I? I'll grass him up now. It was EB who voted for me to do the World Eaters, so that's going to be what Models and Musings is going to be about for a while. So, just while I give him a minute, because I think I'm going to take glasses off just to... I've not only got these three, you see, and him. I do have, as I said, others. I'm not sure how many others. I'm pretty sure they're in this box. Yes, they are. Right. I have a lot of Master of Executions, which is a converted something or other. I can't remember what that is. It's the equivalent of a chaplain, but these don't have chaplains. I do have some spare Chaos Marines that I've been or can play about with, and the little dudes that would have gone along with him had I not converted. I might actually need to put him on a larger base, I don't know. Again, spare Chaos Marines just to test about with. But I should have a full 10-man squad of Berserkers, essentially, and a 5-man squad of Terminators at the moment. And where's my Hellbrute gone? I should also have a Hellbrute somewhere. He might be put away with the Space Marines. Oh, I don't know why. Oh well. So we've got one partially painted. One that needs priming. My base test, which is the one I tested the colour schemes on. I also tested speed paints over a Zenithal Prime with that, so I might do the same with these and just Zenithal them and use the Army Painter speed paints, because that turned out alright. I just might change the colour of the back of this if I paint it black, and then yeah, try and recreate the stone effect at the back of that. That might be, but not be a bad idea. Paint this bit silver down here just to help finish it off. So there are still, but along with them, obviously the what's that one? That's also a spare one, which could count as one, I suppose. He's got 2 daggers. Then a lot more that need prime. I think I end up with like 12 of these now. If I can end up making some of these as well. I mean, although I do like that one. That one I'm saving for a fun paint job, because he just looks kick ass. But I might be able to get about, I think I end up with about 30 or 40 of these. Obviously the gentleman who lost his arm to him which I'm going to repaint his weapon to match the others. But there's no reason why he can't get another arm, I suppose. Someone who needs stripping or just someone needs stripping and giving different weapons, so he's still spare at the moment. How many of these? Right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. Let's see, I can count. I can count in Imperial Gothic. There are some nice chainsaws that attach this. I mean, that one's quite funky with the big spikes across the back. Las cannon. Oh no, that's not a las cannon. That's the chain gun. Basically, that's a Gatling cannon. Yes, 6 barrels, high rotation, firing whopping great big Coca-Cola can shells. He is pretty cool though. I do have a las cannon somewhere as well. Just that, well, World Eaters have one idea, and that is to, well, hit you in the face with a chainsaw or chain axe or eviscerate or whatever fucking weapon they've got, if they've not already shot you in the face with a pistol. So there are quite a few at the moment. Not actually realised how many of these I've got yet, so let's have a look. Any more for any more? No. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So that's 12. And if I can convert these, that'll make 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. How are we going to... 17? That leaves me 3 short. Yeah, my camera's a bit weird at focusing. I'm not sure what's going on with it. 17. I'm missing 3 Chaos Marines. Oh, there's my Halberd. And I'm Halberd. And the 5 Terminators. This one has Reaper also can. Of course. I think one has a chain fist. Yeah, this one. This one with the big tusks has a chain fist. Power fists for the other, is it? No. Yeah, power fist for him, and him, and he's the one with the accursed weirdy weapon. Ooh, nice! It was a blood claw this time. See, I never usually get the model of the month. Oh, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool if they're doing that for him. I'm assuming it's a coordinated effort. So they can like, oh, right, okay. This type of, and these colours get, and this, everyone does it in their own special way, but they use the same colour palette. So I have 12 ready to go, plus a Hellbrute, plus Terminators, plus Blood Executioner, and I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more ready to be converted with the World Eaters expansion thingy, and I have 2 D&D characters. I'm going to put them with D&D. I don't want them with my World Eaters anymore. They can go away. I do also have the big gun that came with Lavers that's still not been used yet, and I've got to find a way to put that onto the Repulsor Executioner. The Repulsor, sorry, to make it into a Repulsor Executioner, because I don't think anyone's going to whinge that that would represent two very large blast cannons. So I do still have a... no. There's one, so that makes 18. I think. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. No, 18. Right. Yeah, 18. So I'm only 2 missing. That's not bad. 2 more for to convert, and then, or any spare parts that I can make or get used to, then awesome. That'll rule. Still got to figure out how I'm going to put that on top of the repulsor. Oh well, right. I've allowed ice to have a little bit of a rest and a little bit of a refocus. Let's have a go at the final one with brass. Oh, my back is really sore at the moment. It doesn't make for great viewing, that. I'm sorry about that one, but it was much needed. Much needed. Come on, let's go on to brass. Number 3. Come on. We're going to be going 4 hours. We've not been painting for 4 hours, though. Oh no. Took us 20 minutes just took us 20 minutes just to start. What if I can get a big enough chunk of... See, I was hoping that these would go quicker. Not taking into account how tired my arms were. So they have not. However, I do have a good idea of what to do over the next. And it's going to be the mostly leathers and furs for the main bodies. And then the weapony effect that I've chosen to be the 3rd colour. Or 3rd and 4th colour in my case. I'm off the screen, sorry. That doesn't help, does it? It really doesn't help when I'm off the screen. I'm going to have to find a better position for some cameras. Oh, monitors. I might switch them over. So the monitor's over there. That way when I look up at the camera I can also read the... It's less of a... I'm more of a... See? Not as bad. God, weird things go through my head, don't I mean, it is relevant technically to what I'm doing, but still weird things go through my fucking head. And that's a lot of effort to move the PC from one side to the other, and then... Woo. You've seen my desk. You've seen the pictures on Discord. My desk isn't necessarily the most tidy. I have got a lot of stuff on it, I know that. And I could probably put a lot more stuff away than I managed last time. However, I did manage to put away a lot last time. So that's why I'm running low on models on my desk to do test things. Which is why the poll was what it was. Because I didn't want to have to run any tests on any new... Like, how do I do the Eldar? Do I build the Eldar? The fuck's it called? Oh, the Triceratops Fire Prism. That's all. I didn't put anything like that on there because fuck knows how I'm going to do that at the moment. I don't quite have all... I mean, I could do a lot with card. It's how I make the cockpit, essentially. Where the rider's going to be and what do I sacrifice to make that rider. I don't think I have a pilot, essentially. I mean, if I can put the armor on right, I may not need a pilot. If I can kind of half put in a walker, like I filled in walker visor thing into a little block on the back, then I might not need a pilot because I've got something then to represent a pilot, or at least somebody in control of the monster that's going with giant powerful beams. The one thing I can't do is use anything Imperium because it's too square and blocky. It needs to be nice and circular and flowy. And I don't want to go out and buy another toy just for the cockpit unless unless it screams Eldar. I don't really want to go out and spend more money. I'd rather try. But we'll see. I'm going to have to put a lot of work into that. I'm also not sure about... Well, I've got an idea it'll work, but the making more tank traps, because they are useful. And if I can make that video as Francois requested, then yeah, no. I think a lot of people will find that useful. Lots and lots of brass. Lots and lots of brass. Brass, 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 brass. Brass, 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 brass. Fuck me, there's a lot of brass. How much? Did I remember all the back of... Oh no, he's doing the one with fucking armoured claw thingies, isn't he? He's Mr. I've got to be fucking special. Fucking special needed, that's why they strapped your hands up. And they'll hold still while they fucking sort out your wrist guards. I think I've still got a lot of learn. I still think I've got a lot to learn about Streamlabs. Because I believe Streamlabs will feed you false information. I believe the viewer count has not changed since peak. No, it has not. So there's something definitely in there. See? I'm learning more stuff. I'm also painting more stuff. It's still fucking brass. I believe I will. I don't know. There's still part of me that's saying, no, dude, you can still do more. You can still do more. And there's part of me that's going, what the fuck are you on about? It's like 19 hours. You've been to the gym as well. You're fucking not well. You can do this next week. And it's the other part of me that's going, no. See, it's difficult when you're arguing with yourself mentally while you're trying to actually fucking paint in a straight line. And thank you for anybody who is watching me, by the way. At the moment, you just heard me waffling completely shite while I'm painting brass things. On a camera that's slightly better than the one I was using, and is for the purpose I'm using it for, but doesn't quite show you the. I'm still tempted. What I might do is go back and swap round back again. Have this one as the me camera and possibly this one again as this camera. I've got a paintbrush. Don't complain about finger choice. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to be on YouTube. If you are watching and you, how did I put it again? Oh yeah, hit like and subscribe, please, and all the other stuff in the description down below. Not long tags and blah blah blah. You know how YouTube works. You're not idiots. This is made for adults. Click it if you want to. I would be most appreciative, and as I said, I do want to get to know everybody. And it's like Mooch. Mooch, when Mooch first came in, his name weren't Mooch. I know him was Mooch. He figured out how to change it, and he's back to Mooch now. So he wants to get Mooch. And everybody can know him as Mooch. See, long streams are tough. I don't know how some people do it. I mean, there's a Twitch streamer that I use for ASMR, and they do long streams, man. They do long streams. Hopefully one day I'll get them up as a guest to have a bit of a painting session. Help them go through their journey of learning about Warhammer. Chatting shit, which is what I usually end up doing on this, and I have no plan what to do. Fuck no. We're gonna talk, be people. Some good idea, I believe. A rough script idea if it's planned ahead, but as I said, if I know you're a real person, because it's easy enough to either speak to you see them online, just know that, right, okay, yeah, they are a real person, and then obviously speaking to them via something like Discord or Instagram or some kind of messaging service just helps you clarify the fact that, yeah, they're a real person. And then, well, people have conversations. So my original setup for this was able to run a almost panel. You could either run me and my desk cam plus 3 other guests, I believe it was, or one other person and their desk cam as well, if they could set up the same way I was at the time. I don't believe they'll be able to do it now, or I don't believe I'd be able to do it now because of how I've got it set up. I do have 2 cameras instead of the one on the mobile phone, which connected separately through a link. So that one sadly is off the board now, but there is a collaboration cam set up for Streamlabs, so I can still kind of do the mini hobby hangout or questions and chats. This is called Models and Musings after all. I paint models and all sorts of musings happen. I mean, I can't remember what happened last time I had EB and Captain up here together. I think we insulted half the planet, didn't we? Or at least they did while I did some painting, because we were running behind. Come on, brass panels. Or brass edgings. As I said, a lot of this is going to require a Agrax Earthshade wash. So some of it may require little speckles of red just after. Actually, maybe just before. We'll have it as dried blood onto the, because these are the 8-bound, they are jumping forward to melee first and to be in melee first. He's in quite fast, I think. Although the entire World Eaters army is pretty fast at the moment. I think it's a standard 8-inch move, which for infantry that's pretty good. Oh, fucking kidding, that's very good. That's better than Elder. And they have a reactive move, I believe, so that if you shoot at them, they kind of just go raw and charge you a little bit more. So, oh crap, they couldn't get melee last turn, but now they can because we've shot them twice and they've ran at us. Shit. And then next turn, the remainder just smash into them. Blood for the blood, God, skulls for the skull front. Wow, my eyes are funny. Did I say that one too often or something? Part of me's tempted to do the claws now. Part of me's definitely tempted to do the claws now. Where's the... Yeah. Because then once the claws are done, I can concentrate on all the body section then. Oh no, because it's not just the claws, is it? It's the shields and it's the clubs. Oh, pardon me. I'm forgetting to use the very thing about iPhone. Right. Next is what would... Oh, no. You've not been finished doing brush yet. Sorry, I forgot your other shoulder. I've got... Focus last time. I saw that was on over the weekend, wasn't it? The fucking shit version of Karate Kid. You know, the one with Whingin Smith. Sorry, Jaden Smith. That one. That wasn't over the weekend. That's why that popped into my head then. And I needed to focus because not only mentally but visually as well. So now to be thinking about browns. You stood up a minute ago, you dick. Let's go back, check. No, I did actually get the places that I meant to. He doesn't have the chaosy shield. In fact, he's got no chaosy marks on him. It's a bit. And maybe I'll paint one and like glue it to his. I'll figure something out. Maybe it's not necessary, I suppose. Two of them do have the 8-volt star already on there, so yeah, it should be alright. Still haven't decided what colour the eyes are going to be on these yet. What colour eyes did I give him? Did I even give him coloured eyes? No, I pretty much just left them black because I couldn't get into the fucking things. Ooh. Well, thank you to the other two people watching and who are still here. Yeah, it's 1:45 now. I am half an hour away from being awake for 20 hours. Amongst travelling and going to the gym, and I believe I have hit the wall for now. So let's have a quick look at what has been managed so far tonight. So we started with pre-prime models and the painted black dry brush with an ivory to bring out highlights. Now obviously our inspiration, or my inspiration, was the centerpiece model actually I started with, which was my Proxy Angron. So that was giving me the idea of how to and what colours I was going for. Now he is a little bit different, having the more stone type armour, but he's still bound on by the brass colouring and the brass on his weapon. And as well as you can see panels underneath there, his are black because of the amount of red that's coming through on his wings. But this was the inspiration for how to do the 8-bound. Now, I've already got one Berserker ready to go, and it is a different setup. It's a Zenithal Prime with speed paints, so it's going to be a different way of painting those. But using him as a basis, we come to these as the 8-bound. So majority red skin, starting with Corn Red, build it up into Mephisto Red, and then into I chose Scarlet, or if you want to go for a Citadel Wild Rider, something like that. They do still need a wash, but everything apart from the black parts of the shield here at the moment, and the entire club except for the feather and the bindings, the wrappings, will be done with a green dry brush and then purple wash. So those will be left to last. Everything else, because the skirting and some of the overlapping fur and leather almost like it's been peeled off from the skin as the blood first has started to take control. That's going to be done through brown. So most of it will work with an Agrax Earth shade wash. Just got to get it all through first, and then I can do the green and the purple. So fair bit of progress. Ready for Models and Musings 104 next week. Oh god, these are mounting up, and this 4 years on YouTube's coming quick. Again, thank you for everybody who's come to join me. Thanks for everyone in the chat. I've enjoyed quite a lot of the conversations I've had tonight, and I've seen some faces that was I was a little bit concerned about earlier on, but now obviously I understand, and I'm glad things are good, and potentially new faces. I don't know, some people, I don't believe everyone spoke tonight, so potentially new faces. But I've enjoyed tonight, and it has gone a bit longer, well over 4 hours, going over 4 hour mark, which is late for me. 3 hours is usually about my limit. Getting a bit old now. So yeah, if you've made it this far or you've come back and just caught this bit, please go back and watch how I started, because I did work through quite a fair bit, as well as done quite a lot of talking. I have missed a week. On Wednesday, that's how I'll talk on Wednesday. I do have last week's issue, so I do have the first part of the Death Copters. The second part of the Death Copters comes along on Wednesday, so I'll do a build stream for those, of course, the 3 Death Copters. as well as cover both what's in both magazines. So it might be a bit of a long one on Wednesday as well. Same with Thursday. I've got repairs to make. I've got models to paint. So Thursday again might also be a long one. Who knows? Just know that I do have work to make up on that, because I do want to get that done within a year. So missing a week is a big deal. So I'm gonna try and save some energy so I can go even further than this, hopefully on Thursday, and just power on through. I mean, I could possibly go for a break and come back and carry on, but I think I'll do the models a disservice if I do that. I'm too tired. Best thing to do is just come back once I'm a little steady-handed in. So thank you everybody again for coming. Hopefully I'll see you on Wednesday or Thursday. My brain's turned to mush, so the only thing I can think to say is drive safe and have fun.